Meet Linda, the owner of a small grocery delivery store. Her major problem is that she buys too much fresh food stock and then loses money when she can't sell it. She spends many hours doing manual admin, including taking orders and checking if her prices are competitive. With no planning, her team also spends many hours buying fresh food stock at unpredictable cost prices. She often dreams about having a larger and regional grocery store presence. She knows it will take a lot of effort and that she'll probably have to start by optimizing inventory planning and profitability. She's recently seen the FreshGram AI inventory planning software prototype and she thinks it will help her.
FreshGram is a fresh produce inventory planner that uses artificial intelligence to help traditional fresh food grocery stores, online fresh food delivery stores, as well as agro-processors or food manufacturing companies to stock the right quantity of food and minimize food waste whilst maximizing profitability. All of this is achieved by using a more data-informed approach to inventory planning. The features that FreshGram comes with gives you as a fresh produce driven company the following benefits. It allows you to place orders quickly, allowing you to save time on repetitive manual painstaking tasks in inventory planning. It allows you to minimize stock outs, causing you to then increase your sales and ensure your customers stay happy. It also allows you to reduce excess stock, which allows you then to free up working capital so that you can focus on growing your business whilst minimizing food waste. Our team is comprised of 3 co-founders, myself, Nduduzo, Thabo, as well as Selibogo. We believe that our diverse technical skills as well as business skills will bring value to those organizations that handle and trade in fresh produce. How many times have you gone into your favorite grocery store and walked into the fresh produce section only to find that some of the items that you're actually looking at purchasing are rotten? Now, how many people do you think face that every single day? And how many rotten items do you think these fresh food grocery stores end up having to throw away? This results in food waste. According to the CSIR, a key scientific government body within South Africa, the market size opportunity is based on a 2.4 million tons of edible food waste in South Africa per year. This is known to give rise to a food retail industry loss that equates to the total addressable market for this particular problem of 6.4 billion rands per annum, from the total of a 63.4 billion rand retail fresh produce market size. The biggest problem here that we are dealing with when it comes to food waste is the rising costs of food waste. Fresh food drives the global grocery industry, yet technology gaps are causing billions of dollars in food waste and lost profits every year. In South Africa, the food waste problem is lower in terms of cost compared to developed economies. And we can see some of the developing economies such as India are also faced with this problem. Inventory planning as it is today is complex, and it's based on spending hours of time planning based on pricing of that inventory, and then doing order administration in terms of how you're going to actually store that inventory, and then the actual buying of the inventory and placing it on the shelves for a particular shelf life, as we're speaking about perishable goods here. What we see the future looking like for fresh produce inventory planning is a minimization of that time so that your strategic staff within the supply chain of these fresh
of hearing me say that all day, every day. But you know what? It's perfectly fine. We are here. I almost said we are queer. This is Cindy Zaza. And I'm reporting live from the TBC. Well, the TBC is like the business clinic. No, from a TBC, and we're doing our startup festival, speaking all things entrepreneur, doing things all entrepreneurship. We've been running this festival for a month 4 weeks, and within those 4 weeks we had various themes looking at cultural entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, economical entrepreneurship, and of course environmental entrepreneurship. So all those touch points of sustainability, but at the background of the 4IR. So it's all technologically related, and we're plugging into the digital economy. Speaking of a digital economy, we are looking at repositioning the arts within technology. And I've got my business partner. Up in here, Mr. Jerem Tonga. Yes. You're co-founder of Absolutely. Yes. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I think this is going to be an amazing interview because I can see you're no longer stressed about running the festival. We're reaching the end. You've just been through all the stress levels they are to go through. I can see. I'm wondering what's going to happen right now because I've never seen such a chilled introduction in my life. Like, this is going to be great. I'm here for this.
No, brilliant. Mr. Jerry, tell us who's Mr. Jerry? Or Brother Jerry, as I call him sometimes. Who's Mr. Jerry Mtonga? Sabona ufake a label.
Yes.
What is a label?
Yes. So African Content Creation Agency, that's video content that we produce. I started as an actor, right? And I had a conflict of interest because I was not really interested in pursuing the arts. I'm being honest. I was more interested in business, and business was tougher for me than arts. And so it's just this thing that I wanted to learn and grow. I like that challenge, you know. Arts is more of a gift, even though I've learned to appreciate the skills and technique and work ethic it requires, discipline that it requires. But I really am interested in now the intersection of arts and business, right?
Man.
And so I ended up doing a lot of commercials. Like you've seen me in all the ads that there are. Like one of the biggest problems that I faced was that I was in too many ads. I was like doing one bank and then I had the ad for another bank, and it's like, oh, this is a conflict.
Yeah.
So I did a lot of ads because I knew advertising was where most companies spend most of their money. And I wanted to get an interesting view of what arts offers, especially in the advertising space. Even though real artists saw that as selling out, of course, it's commercial. But I'm not a purist either, so I wasn't selling out. I was thinking about how, what are the tricks and trades of the industry. I was shocked, Cindy, and you please stop me if I'm going it too long. I was actually shocked to find out that a single ad is 5 million rands to broadcast on prime time. 30-second ad. So I thought, okay, there's an opportunity here to start an ad agency for the micro enterprise.
Yes.
Who cannot in their life afford 5 million rand for a 30-second spot. Maybe there'll be a reward to be had, so maybe it's worth it, but I just don't see lots. And then we're talking about 700,000 black-owned micro enterprises that are coming up, you know. How on earth are they going to pay that kind of price? And so I embarked on putting together an ad agency for micro enterprises. That's really impactful. And I had no other solution than thinking about it in the digital context, because they would be able to target their ads and get maximum results. And in many cases, and I say many, Cindy, they get better results than if they were to put it out on a television ad, which is an interruption to people's viewing pleasure. Whereas online, we create content. We don't do ads. We create content that engages the community.
Subliminal.
There's subliminal sales points, but the main thing is engagement. And I promise you, in community-based micro enterprises, engagement is so much more valuable than trying to get a sales point, right? And then we found ourselves working with foundations as well, who are not interested in sales points, but they're interested in story, positioning their organization in line with their objectives. They want the content that's
Yes.
engaging as well.
Yes.
And so that's where I realized actually my customers will be organizations and foundations that support micro enterprises, and the micro enterprises will be the beneficiaries. So that's ACCA, African
Coffee. All right, 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 right,
Are
right.
we back?
Yay! Sikunyalo ukis. We are back. Jerry, wow, yeah, that happened. I have no idea what happened. Technical difficulties, mutlakasi, pelu paraffin, all of that. But we are back. We are here with the Startup Business Festival, and we're chatting to Mr. Jerry Mtonga, and we're talking about the app. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So it is a platform.
Yes,
It's not
it's
just
a
an app,
digital
but it's a
platform.
digital platform
Yeah.
that plugs in various people, not just only within the creative industry, but particularly looking at producers as well and opportunities. Because you've got House of Mana in the in the mix.
Dynamic. So I'm giving you the story, and then maybe let me end with the picture of what it's gonna look like and what it serves. But because it's an interview, I'm just leading you. I'm leading you to how it became about before I tell you what it is. So we're telling the story in reverse. So I ended up, before we went offline, talking about business development, right? And we spoke about key core aspects, your concept. A lot of people will be able to write a business plan, but the concept needs treatment.
Yes.
And that's what I'm talking about. Really positioning yourself in the industry and repositioning the arts in the industry.
Yes.
People don't understand that with automation, arts has increased in the hierarchy of value. We're at the top, and at the top of the top is video content. So that's where we're starting. Because we don't have resources to do everything,
Yes.
we're going to start with video content, right? And when you're an artist, you have to understand that what you offer is no longer asking people a favor or a donation. But they actually don't have, we had found big, I'm not going to mention names, but big organizations that had campaigns or objectives to reach, and they had no creative
Yes.
to accomplish their goal. I had one guy, he's going to come later, a poet, did a poem about this one campaign, and they gave us a 3-year contract. Just a creative treatment. You see, the offering that we offer as artists, we need to understand and reposition ourselves completely. Yes, it's okay to strike and stuff like that, but you really have to make a research first of all, understand that the system has changed. Art is in the forefront now of the ecosystem. It's no longer decoration of the society or speaking back to. It's now at the core of economic value.
Yes, economic value.
Thank you. That's another pun. Maybe that's our business, second business, education business. Yeah. So there we go. So now that repositioning is actually a very important part of that, and also running your business. You don't have time to do everything, but the platform is now offering teams and teams and teams of people who can assist with all the paperwork,
Yes,
all the budgeting, all the admin as well. So what is Absolutely? Because now I've given you the story of how I came about it and how I discovered the key points. So Absolutely is a digital platform for micro enterprises, right? That will be serviced by community-based young entrepreneurs in the startup phase, running phase and growth phase. But not all, it's not a whole solution, it's a part of the solution. And so we seek to partner with institutions like the Business Clinic, seek to partner with incubation hubs, seek to partner with foundations. And we seek to partner with people who will be that solution. We're just merely a platform, a digital platform for somebody to plug onto the platform and say, hey, I need concept development. Open that page. You've got 100 people who can service that at a very affordable price. I need videos that help me with my presentation, that help me with my fundraising, my marketing, my training, a live stream event. You've got 100 production companies from different areas that can help with that on the platform. And so the subscription model is really the way our revenue comes from. But then we also look at growing businesses where the work you do is amazing, where you always plugging people with opportunities. You plug, that's with the Business Clinic. You plug people with job opportunities. You care about artists. I don't. I care about
always say that. Like, it's a bad thing. No, what I like about our working relationship is that you are about entrepreneurship and I'm about the artist. And together
we find that
we find that
solid.
Because that's, with regards to being a purist. I mean, I've always been entrepreneurial, but not at the level that I want to be. You know what I mean?
Because you care too much.
Because I care too much. I care,
which has become an asset.
Too much.
No, it's an asset because we're talking about solving a very important problem. And maybe let me just close by saying this: with everything being automated, people are out of the picture. And so Society 5.0, this is what's happening after 4IR hype, is saying, how do we become human-centered? And that's what you're saying. You're saying we need an economy that's human-centered. And so we're not just automating away human beings, but we're automating processes that will actually empower them. And that's what we seek to do. I could have made much more money by setting up a digital platform that automates all the stuff. Right? But what I've done is we're setting up a business platform that lists people and brings them into play, into the economy, using digital tools.
Actively so.
I think that's the right direction to go. And you're also speaking about helping them with their mental health and holistic development.
Holistic entrepreneurial development, which was one of the key conversations I insisted we have, looking at mental health and growth, particularly within entrepreneurship. So Houseman is going to be plugged in somewhere in there. Somewhere is plugged in. I don't know why I'm playing small right now. And I'm looking at plugging people into opportunities within research, scholarships, job opportunities, because that's what I do on my Facebook anyway. So we're moving consolidating onto the Absolutely platform. Mr. Jerry, mad love for you, my brother Jerry. Inside joke. I'm sad we've had quite a short time, but this is just a beginning.
I think it's better. It's shorter, sweeter, but we'll probably do a proper launch and a proper explanation. But I think this was not more like a conversation about key things that affect arts in the context of cultural entrepreneurship.
Yes. All right, let's digitize the arts. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you to our production team. Sayonara. What does sayonara mean again?
Cindy, are you okay? I don't answer.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tebogo Chaka, and I am one of the co-founders of EcoBab. Last year, July, we did research in 3 local clinics in Soshanguve with healthcare workers. We discovered that healthcare workers who were working in temporary structures like your gazebos and containers didn't have access to hand washing facilities. Upon further research, we discovered that 3 billion people in the world don't have access to hand washing facilities, amounting to 40% of the world's population. We decided to come up with a solution, which is called EcoBab. EcoBar is a portable and self-assemble wash basin that provides access to hand washing facilities to healthcare workers who work in temporary structures and remote areas. What we have done so far is that we have prototyped and tested with 10 healthcare workers in 3 clinics in Soshanguve. 3 to 6 containers or temporary structures all don't have access to hand washing facilities. This is EcoBar. How it works is you pump water from the bottom, which will be dispensed into the sink. The used water from the sink will now be dispensed into the purification system, where the water will be cleaned and stored in the container for it to be reused again. Why EcoBar is so unique is that it eliminates the need for costly pipe water networks and pumping. It's easy to assemble, it's eco-friendly, we get to save water using the purification system, and it's portable. How we are going to make money is that it's going to cost us around 500 rands to produce 1 EcoBar, and the selling price for 1 EcoBar is around 900 rands. And the market that we are targeting is EcoBar, it's business to business. What we are currently looking for as EcoBar is access to market. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucky Diteru. I'm an entrepreneur, strategist, and investor, the founder of ICRD Group, the company behind the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator Program. In 2018, when South Africa celebrated Nelson Mandela's centenary, as a company, we sat down to say, how can we celebrate this amazing milestone in our country's history? And we decided to develop and conceptualize the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator, a sector-specific program that seeks to fast-track sustainable solutions to Africa's pressing water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Annually, we invite solutions across the four corners of our country to participate in this awesome program that seeks to identify, support, fund, and upscale a new generation of data-driven solutions to water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Join us in building sustainable strategies for Africa's rural and urban communities. Thank you.
For over a century, scientists warned that the Earth's climate was changing as a result of human action. South Africa's plans and initiatives to create a green economy have positioned the country to take the lead on the continent through the country's membership to the Partnership for Action on Green Economy, PAGE.
South Africa joined this program in 2015 as part of the outcomes of the Rio Plus 20.
PAGE is supported by the generous contributions of its donor partners, and it brings together 5 United Nations agencies.
South Africa is one of the first recipients of PAGE Green Recovery Funds.
This is reflected in the National Development Plan Vision 2030, which puts green economy
and low carbon economy in South Africa.
PAGE has certainly lived up to its intention of forging partnerships and network in South Africa.
To ensure that going forward, we have this green economic recovery and stimulus package that meets the needs of our developing society.
The future of taps reimagined.
Sanbonani, good morning, Dumelang. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back at the Startup Business Festival. This week, as you know, we are talking all things entrepreneurship with the main focus on cultural entrepreneurship. And today we've got the most renowned, fabulous, popular, the doctor, Mr. Jerry Mofokeng himself. He'll be telling us about his journey within the art industry, as well as what does it mean? What does character? Why does character matter when it comes to entrepreneurship? So we're just going to take a few minutes break while we get him set up, and we're going to hear all things entrepreneurship, particularly in the art industry. Thank you.
For over a century, scientists warned that the Earth's climate was changing as a result of human action. South Africa's plans and initiatives to create a green economy have positioned the country to take the lead on the continent through the country's membership to the Partnership for Action on Green Economy, PAGE.
South Africa joined this program in 2015 as part of the outcomes of the Rio Plus 20.
PAGE is supported by the generous contributions of its donor partners, and it brings together 5 United Nations agencies.
South Africa is one of the first recipients of PAGE Green Recovery Funds.
This is reflected in the National Development Plan Vision 2030, which puts green economy
and low carbon economy in South Africa.
PAGE has certainly lived up to its intention of forging partnerships and network in South Africa.
To ensure that going forward, we have this green economic recovery and stimulus package that meets the needs of our developing society.
Hi, Sanbonani Dumelang. A very, very good morning to you. It's exciting and it's scary to venture into the area of entrepreneurship. Some of us grew up in a world where you wanted to have a job with a title and a uniform. You know, policeman, a nurse, and all those things. Or maybe something that gives you a certain prestige in society. And so to think about going into those things where you don't have job security and you are your own boss, you determine your own destiny, it's very, very scary. So let me congratulate you on that courage to go your own route and follow your passion. Let me just start by saying I went into the arts at a very young age, and I doing the Keche, go Sunday school, and joined the youth movement in Soweto until eventually I went into Wits University. So whilst I was doing community work, I saw people like Gibson Kente, who was really the prime model for what I wanted to be. Now, the thing is, somebody like Gibson Kente, he wrote, directed, produced, just about choreographed and did everything. And so many of us ended up thinking that that's the template for being an artist. And so, listen, I'm going to just give you a few lessons from the arts that I think you'll find valuable within business, within entrepreneurship, and so on. And the first one has to do with this notion, Gibson Kente was everything in his business, in his art. And that is problematic because some of us go into business and then we try to be master of everything. I'm a director and I'm an actor. But when I direct, somebody must act, somebody must choreograph, somebody must do lights, and so on. Actually, let me give you a perfect example. I went into business with somebody, it was about television. And me, I know how to package artistic things, but that guy knew television business. Don't fool yourself. You may be a great artist, you may be absolutely, but that doesn't mean you know exactly how to do business in the area of the arts, how to market, how to package, how to price, and all those things. So I made a big mistake. I wanted to compete with him. I wanted to have the last say in what he was doing when I did not know and I had no competence in the area of doing business with television, especially with broadcasters. So don't try in your own business, in your own ventures, in everything that you do, to be and to do everything. It does not work. It does not work. You want partners in what you're doing? Find people who are different from you, but who are equally, if not more, and possibly better than you in the areas that they do. There are people who needed to be sharks in the area of business. They know how to have a long nose for opportunities and to be able to say, listen, this business needs re-engineering, and come to you to say, look, you know exactly how to do this thing, but we need to re-engineer this business. So don't try and be all and all in your business. And then another thing is, yeah, let me say it. Some of us want to surround ourselves with family and with friends when they do not have the skill set for this business. They don't. In my field, you end up wanting to cast your girlfriend, your uncle, your what have you in your play, when they are not right for the play. But no, and you really just mess it up because that person is not right for that part. And especially the lead parts. Listen, if I'm going to do Romeo and Juliet, I'm not good to play Romeo. And my lighty, who's an actor, may not have the weight to play that role because it's too big, might be too big for him to play that role. And so I know there are empires, Sabo, Oppenheimer, and all these other people who have empires with their children and so on. But the mistake that we sometimes make is to put people into positions that they do not have skill sets for. And then they bring a certain arrogance with them. Business and it just kills the business. Now, I think you know a lot of shops, locationing, that have closed as soon as the man who started the business passes away. And Edintwana, all they know is how to drive the big cars and smoke the cigars and drink the whiskeys and so on. And so I think one of the things that's important is when we do things in the family, let's start people right at the point at which they are, with their skills, with their personality, with their character, everything. I've watched Go Market, vegetable market, and you see these young men, the Indian young men who go early in the morning with their parents. They are not driving, they are not at the till, they are packing the van. Packing the van. Now, you see, I can't ask my lighty, just because he's my lighty, to go and be a producer, to go and be a director, when I have not given him the necessary skills for those things that I'm giving him an opportunity for. I'm killing him. And also, the disrespect of the professionals that are surrounding me and that are working in the business then get frustrated and they leave the business because my children and my relatives and the young ones who do not have the skill set and who have not started at the bottom, who do not understand the DNA of this business, are just messing up. And so, please hear me out. I'm not against family and those people who understand you, who are after watching your back and so on. But be careful about where you place people within this empire that you're doing. Now, one of the things that you'll hear about people, let me start with the arts first. Listen, there are people who are considered to be stars And there are people who are considered to be, let's stay with stars. Listen to me, stars expire. I met people who went on Broadway and they were in this South African musical, and absolutely you couldn't touch them. They had bloated egos, they had what have you, but they started from the township and went on Broadway. They didn't understand the journey. Similarly, there's a lot of young people who have gone straight from college or straight from a certain school, and they've ended up in soapies. And then they got thousands and thousands of followers because they are more of models than they are artists. The things that they do, us actors will tell you, there is no depth, there is no breadth, there is no variety in their acting style. They are models with a name. And that's all they are. And I'm not jealous because I know the industry. They are models, they are not actors. But they have big names. And then those people, because if they start taking selfies and they start having followers, they think they've arrived. Immediately they get written off that soapy. They're finished. And so here's the thing. You start your business. You make your first 100,000. You make your first million. And you think you've arrived. And you start getting careless. Because you've seen 6 zeros in your account. And you have an ego that cannot be managed. And I'm talking about character. And then one of the things that begins to happen is with your bloated ego, you start disrespecting, disregarding, and so on. And then people start saying, yeah, when this person got successful, their character changed. No. I'll put it like I do as a preacher. You have not changed. It's just that now you can afford the things that are in line with your ego. That's all that it says. And so it becomes important that the bigger you are, the more accessible, the more relatable you should be. People should not be afraid of you. They should respect you, but they should not be afraid of you. Because now that you're a legend, you're big, people should not be afraid of you. Let me give you an example. And it's not just name dropping. I was in this film, Mandela in de Klerk, and I was acting with the legendary Sidney Poitier. So I have a problem as an actor. When I act in a role and the films, the big budget films, they keep going, cut. And they do it 7 times. And whoosh, the dialogue is gone. And then I'm struggling. Sidney realizes that I'm struggling. I'm no longer acting. It's the actor trying to remember the dialogue. And so he stops the production and he takes me to tea. And then we have tea. We talk about his career and the films I've seen him in. And he gets me relaxed. And then he brings me back on set. And then we do that scene. We clap it. And then a few days later, we shoot another scene with him. The most silent scene. That was one of the few times I got a standing ovation on set. What did Sidney do? Sidney inspired confidence in me. That's the game he played. He inspired confidence. And from that day, I decided that when I'm on set, it doesn't matter what film, what drama, what television soapy, when I'm on set, I should be a gift to the younger, to the less experienced around me, so that I inspire them to be better than themselves. So for those of you who are already successful, how much do you inspire confidence? How much are you a model? How much are you a mentor? Without saying a word. Without saying a word. How much are you a mentor? And for those of you who are already halfway there, how much teachable are you? Now that you've made your first million, you're going for 10, how teachable are you, or have you stopped growing just because you've made your first million? So it works on both sides, both the mentor and the mentee, in a way, if I can put it that way. The inspiration and the teachable spirit, both are important. Now, I don't want to tell you all the stories about some of the experiences for this point, but maybe I should, because it's an important point to learn from the arts. You see, in the arts, both your successes and both your and your failures can kill you. Both successes and failures can kill you. Acting in a major film, and they send somebody with a Mercedes to come and fetch me from home, and I get into business class flight to Cape Town, and there's a limousine waiting for me, and they take me into this big 5-star hotel where you can't touch your luggage and everything, and they have everything prepared for you. There are flowers and champagnes, all these things waiting. Why? Mr. Jerry is acting in this film. And he's acting opposite, blah, 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 blah. And so when you are in those situations all the time, you're treated like a king. Because that's what the production can afford. But it also reflects on the value that you bring to the film. And so everywhere you go, you're offered whiskeys. And then, all of a sudden, there are ladies who don't believe that you can go into a bed with cold sheets. They want to entertain you. And all the perks that come with success. They come with success. They come with fame. They come with power that you have. The problem is, after I come back from Cape Town, I go to Shisanyama, I go to Spatla, I go to Oros. Because all that was part of the package for what I was getting from the film. Take the other side when things don't work. I think, now let me complete the picture of that side first. When you get into a soapy and you get a contract and you start getting 30,000, 50,000, 80,000, 100,000, and you start living a lie. You start living a life that you cannot afford. Basically, you buy things that reflect your ego and not your reality. Your ego and not your reality. Let me tell you something that you might not know. Sometimes when people go to the big awards, they rent the big German cars because it's important what car you park when you go to these awards. Very important. You can't be put up at the castle at Sun City and come there with a Toyota. You have to come up with something that has a name. And these people must run and say, no, leave it here at the front of the hotel, at the entrance. You don't need to go and park it because it needs to be seen. And so, because you've made it in the limelight, you start living a lie. And a lot of business have gone down under because the first 100,000 you go and deposit imoto yama German epepiville, a car that you can't afford. And then you want an address that you can't afford. And you start worrying what you can't afford. And as soon as you are written out of that part, the problem is it gets repossessed. And then we come to you, hey, what's that car? And you start lying to us. No. I took it in for service. It's got a problem. And they've sent it for the parts in Germany. So it's still with the dealership. And you're lying. It's gone. It's gone. You've read some of these stories. Be careful. Success should not tempt you to live a lie because it's not sustainable. Look at Indian and Jewish doctors. They drive their Toyotas. They drive their Havals. And they don't care. But they have a farm that they are buying. They have this, they have that. No, we don't. We just get fooled by the bank balance. Success is not cheap. Please remember that. Success is not cheap. And then the other side then. I said both the highs and the lows are dangerous for an artist. Then some of you know that I was artistic director at the State Theatre, and then the State Theatre closed. And with my master's from Columbia University in New York and everything, I was unemployed. And after a few months, the Audi was gone. And then I had to start avoiding the letters that came to my post box that had windows on them because there were letters of demands. And my kids were almost kicked out of school, private school. And then you go and audition and some of these people disrespect you and they put you in a long queue, and people you should be giving jobs are the ones who are now making a fool of you. And you just think, is this worth it? Absolutely, is this worth it? Let me tell you, I don't know the journey you have traveled with your own business. I don't know what journey you've traveled, but many mega millionaires have been bankrupt a few times. Do your research, you'll find out. And some of the mentors in this startup program will attest to what I'm talking about. Those people that you see as successful today, they've been bankrupt a few times. And so when you hit potholes, that's not the end of you. It's a temporary inconvenience, depending on character. You see, it's your character that sustains you at the top of Kilimanjaro and at the bottom of the valleys of Lesotho. It's your character that sustains you on both sides of the spectrum. And that character is built off the business. And you bring that character onto the business. That becomes very, very important. Some of you might know that I'm studying to become a coach now. And one of the things that's important is for anyone to realize success, you must understand that the answer lies in you. Whether you're dealing with the highs or the lows, basically the answer lies in you as a person. And number two, if you don't know where you are going, if you don't have a clear goal, you see, I'm a director. I remember the first time at Wits University, I was directing a play towards my degree. And then all of a sudden, I'm called into a meeting. And they say to me, so tell us more about the play. Who are you casting? What's the theme of the play? We're working on a poster. What do you want on your poster? And they asked me all sorts of questions. I suddenly was in charge. That shocked me that I was in charge. I had the power. But I had to have a clear opening night simply from a script. Simply from a script. In the same manner that you need to have a clear goal based simply on your business plan. And you see, if you're not clear of what your goal is, what your destination is, you're going to have serious problems along the way. Because I remember I read a quotation that says, I think it's Winston Churchill, who said, you'll never get to your destination if every time there's a barking dog, you're going to pick up stones to throw at those dogs. They're barking dogs all the way. Us as directors and actors, there are reviews that make you want to give up acting, directing, writing. They tell you you are useless. Doctors can get it wrong. Business people can get it wrong. Nothing is written about them but us. Any little mistake, they tell the world about you. And so, let me say to you, not everybody is after your success. There will be barking dogs along the way, all the way. And it's up to you to decide whether you're going to be taken on detours by the barking dogs or you'll keep your eye on the ball. I hope no one forced you into being an entrepreneur. It is your goal. Stay with it. Every year has 4 seasons. You'll go through different seasons in your play, in your production, in your business. Stay with it. All the best. Thank you.
For over a century, scientists warned that the Earth's climate was changing as a result of human action. South Africa's plans and initiatives to create a green economy have positioned the country to take the lead on the continent through the country's membership to the Partnership for Action on Green Economy, PAGE.
South Africa joined this program in 2015 as part of the outcomes of the Rio Plus 20.
PAGE is supported by the generous contributions of its donor partners, and it brings together 5 United Nations agencies.
South Africa is one of the first recipients of PAGE Green Recovery Funds.
This is reflected in the National Development Plan Vision 2030, which puts green economy
and low carbon economy in South Africa.
PAGE has certainly lived up to its intention of forging partnerships and network in South Africa.
To ensure that going forward, we have this green economic recovery and stimulus package that meets the needs of our developing society.
How long will the ad go?
Hi, my name is Darshan Munsami, and I am the founder and CEO of Urban NXT. Our purpose is simple: to treat waste as a valuable commodity through zero waste and circular economy principles. Our services are being skillfully developed to assist cities and communities in the global south to better manage their waste through smart interventions and alternative waste treatment that is environmentally friendly. Our products include self-treating waste containers that generate revenue by breaking down organic and plastic waste, as well as smart bin monitors that monitor waste levels and automatically optimize waste collection and the available resources. Let us help you make waste work for you.
Posing a few.
I look better now because
Hello, once again. Good morning. What a powerful session that was. I'm still in an awe on Tate Mofokeng. And most of you viewers, you would agree with me that that was a mouthful, a very impactful session. I feel like I'm back in tertiary taking lectures again. And for me, and I think you'd agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, the golden thread and what stood out for me is the word character.
yeah,
Character. Character is the currency in entrepreneurship, particularly in the art industry, because it can sustain you, as you said rightfully, in your highs and in your lows.
and you see, it's one of the key words in our field is resilience.
Resilience.
To stay with it in the middle of winter or the middle of a storm in summer, staying with it. That character that sustains you through that.
Definitely. Having that crocodile skin and be able to survive throughout the storm, the winds, and the rain.
And when there's sunshine also.
Absolutely.
Staying focused in the sunshine.
That's very powerful. Ntate Mofokeng, if I may ask now, in your generation growing up, there were so many careers that were vanilla careers, if I may say so, but you chose a totally different field, the art. What inspired you to choose art industry?
It chose me. I didn't choose it.
Oh, wow. Do share.
Honestly speaking, I was talking to young people in the Val a few weeks ago, and I say, listen, you wanna start, forget all the excuses you have. Start one with who you are, what you are, where you are, and what you have. I grew up in Lesotho. I grew up in poverty. I grew up in Orlando West. I lost my eye, and then all sorts of things happened to me. But those things were no excuse. Today, my eye is working for me. Today, Sesotho sa Lesotho is working for me. So forget about what people say about you. Start with who you are and what you have. And the very things that people are looking down upon, that's what to start with. Where you are. You don't need to go to New York to be successful. You start where you are and you grow from there. A lot of white people are millionaires by selling things to us in the townships. Why don't we become creative? A man started a business here closing the graves. They found an opportunity in the township. Find a gap where you are. And so my business was me. With who I was, with where I was. I think I would have been made a great lawyer because I like speaking. But inside me, I'm an actor, and I would have been miserable in anything else. So I had to be true to myself. Too many people wake up every morning to what is not them and what they don't like. That's why there's too much anger and road rage.
And depression.
Yes, ma'am.
Depression. People wake up thinking, oh my God, I have to go to that job because they're doing what they do is not what they like. They don't love what they're doing. And what I love, that is so beautiful, what you said about embracing who you are.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of you being Mosotho and using that, which speaks very well with our theme, using culture for entrepreneurship and using culture to express ourselves. And you expressed yourself through your culture, who you are, and taking advantage of a misfortune incident that happened to your eye. But today we all know Ntate Mofokeng because of his eye. It's that eye, that incident.
It's my trademark.
Exactly.
Somebody came to me one day and said, what happened to your eye? I tell them and say, can I pray for you? I said, no, you can't. You can't. You want to change my eye. You want to change my eye and then change my trademark. No, I'll not get cast. Leave my eye alone.
And Jerry Mofokeng without that eye is not Jerry Mofokeng.
Absolutely.
And now you spoke particularly about two things. How trust and character matter within this industry. Now, can you tell us a little bit more on how can you restore that trust once it's gone?
Let's start with this. Be fully professional in everything that you do.
Definitely.
Okay?
Definitely.
Yeah. I was late today, but I didn't lie. I said, sorry, there was a mess up. I'm double booked. And I told the truth and I came late, but I came. Stay professional in what do your. Let me give you an example. I went into a play one day and I had slept. And when I woke up, I was late for time to go on stage. I went on stage without warm up. Without warm up. This is my instrument from head to toe.
Yeah.
What? I forgot the dialogue. I blacked out on stage. Why? I was not professional. And the other thing that makes us win is stay with the basics. Startup Business Festival, the people here will give you the basics of business. You keep those receipts. I don't care what you do, keep the receipts. Stay with the basics and stay professional and stay humble. And people care more for you than the thing that you're selling. And I hope these, especially young people out there, people care more for you than the business, the things that you're selling. You mess up on your character, on your brand as a person, forget it. You'll sit with those things on your shelves.
You are doomed.
Absolutely.
Without those.
Yeah.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Stay truthful to yourself. That authenticity is quite crucial. And now, lastly, Ntate Mofokeng, as we wrap up the show, what has been your greatest achievement so far? Our parting shot, those nuggets that will inspire the young person sitting there at home, that young entrepreneur that has just started up their business and they want to be a Jerry Mofokeng tomorrow. Give them that something to look forward to, that, if Ntate Mofokeng can achieve this, definitely this is what I would want to see myself in the future. Of course, your list I can imagine, because I grew up watching you on television and on international movies. You probably have, wow, countless achievements, but if you can just highlight one or two for us.
I believe in the training of an artist.
Yes.
And not all of us will get degrees, but you make sure you empower yourself with as much knowledge as possible.
Knowledge is key.
And so I got my undergraduate degree from Wits, and I got my master's degree from New York. And then the University of the Free State gave me an honorary doctorate. And so I've arrived in that particular regard. I got the awards in films for this film, for that film, Tsotsi, When We Were Black, blah, blah, blah. I've got 2 Lifetime Achievements Awards, one for Golden Horn, the other one that I got in the US for African Film Legend of the Year. And that says, boom, that's it. And I just gave birth to a book that means a lot to me. People must go to the bookstores. It's entitled, I Am a Man. Yes. I Am a Man. I thank God that I did not want to self-publish. I went to reputable publishers. Hey, Bansucha, man. Yo, Bansucha. Bansucha. But they would not accept anything from me that was less than my potential. And so I am happy and I'm proud of that book. And so it's those sorts of things, but I'm not done yet. Very soon, hopefully next year, I'll be a qualified coach. You see, you mustn't stop learning, because what happens to a ripe fruit? It rots and falls off the tree. You keep growing all the time. Find something to always be learning. So I guess those are some of the achievements. And I can't call myself a legend. It is the people in the industry and the public who will call me a legend. I thank God for realizing that status.
And we thank God for keeping you this humble. because you are being very moderate about your status and not trying to blow your own horn. Rightfully, if it was me in your shoes, I would definitely blow that horn. I would be on top of Carlton Center and blowing my own horn, because you definitely achieved a lot. And you're such a true inspiration to everyone, the young one, the older generation. As you said, guys, this is doable. If the man can come from the humble beginnings of Lesotho to the Val, to all those unfortunate incidents that happened to him, and getting himself educated and be where he is today, it is doable. And throughout this journey, he stayed truthful, he kept his character, and look at him. He is still rising day by day. Ntate Jerry Mofokeng, Doctor, if I may have to remind everyone, Dr. Jerry Mofokeng, we really appreciate you. We are very grateful for agreeing to come to be with us this week and to ending our week on cultural entrepreneurship with such a bang. This so powerful, so educational. We truly and humbly appreciate you, and may you continue to grow. May God bless you. Keep on rising. We need you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
It's a pleasure. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, that's me, Moradi Wamatlo Tebogo Matlo, saying to you goodbye. It's been real. Bye bye.
Everyone, my name is Ivy Shamfu. I'm a visual artist and curator. I'm here today. We're live at the Startup Business Festival happening in Newtown at the Business Clinic. And today I'm joined by, you have to know this guy. This guy in the art space, creative space. You have to know. I'm with Bafana Zembe. He is an installation curator, and he's doing phenomenal work. Not this year, but he's been. You have to know him. And I think for those who don't know him, we'll just take you to an insert, and just to show what he's all about. Yes. Welcome back, guys, and also I hope you enjoyed the video that really takes us into some of what Bafana is all about, the work that he does. As I mentioned, that he is an installation curator, installing everything arts and more. So today's conversation will really look into how he does what he does, and where it's coming from, and what inspires that, and why, the why of everything. So I'd like to introduce our guest today, as we are on our fourth week for the festival, which is cultural for this week. Yes, guys. So this is Bafana Zembe, as I mentioned earlier. So his work is quite phenomenal, but I don't want to speak because of he's here as our guest. I don't want to speak so much. He's here to tell us more in terms of what does he do. So yes, Bafana, to those who are watching, introduce yourself in terms of who you are and where you are.
Thank you so much, Ivy. My name is Bafana Zembe. I'm an installation curator. What does that mean? I install and I curate exhibitions or shows. My background, I was born and raised in Mid-Orleans, Zone 4, during the 80s. So also it was a very interesting time in South Africa, where we were experiencing, there was the state of emergency. So there was quite a lot of violence that was happening around. So all the visuals that one has to see growing up, I think it has given one a chance to be able to install or to tell the story using exhibitions. With that said, after my matric, I wanted to be a chartered accountant for some reason, you know, and that didn't work out due to fees and everything. But it also accompanied me what I wanted to do, because also installation, we deal with calculations, we deal with measurements. So I once worked in a clothing store where I work with window display. So I wasn't aware that in the long run I'd become a professional installer. So I used to put in like new ads. If it's like festive season, I would put up posters that shows like your sales and Black Friday. So,
Christmas sales.
So also with that, after I finished my schooling, I got an opportunity to do a learnership in Museum Africa, which was heritage learnership, where we learned quite a lot of things about conservation and preservation, the handling of artwork. So also that also plugged me in, and it gave me more confidence to work within the industry. And then after that learnership in 2010, I applied for a position in the Market for Workshop, which is a school of photography, which has produced quite a lot of photographers that we see today. And so I've worked in the photo workshop from 2011 as a project assistant, where I would assist when they're putting up exhibition for the alumni or the people that have won like awards. So I'll be the guy that runs around painting and making sure that when people come on the opening night, everything is well and ready. And yeah, with that, I also gained confidence, because now I was working for the Market for Workshop. I worked with a group of photographers. We had a collective, we call it the Collective 104, where we would get like artists every month, and then we take their works and we showcase them in a concept store, which is Dope Store. So they used to sell clothes. So we try to include art. When people come to buy clothes, they can see art, or when they're there to look at art, there's clothing. So yeah, with that we did quite a number of exhibition out of our own pockets. And with the team that I was working in, we started getting calls from different institutions wanting us to. So that's how our team started getting dissolved, because one has to go and work in events, the other one has to go work and yeah. So I registered a company in 2015 called Nazo Arts and Project, which deals more with installation, curation, and career guidance and skills transference. So with Nazo, I also got funding from the NAC to do like a career guidance, or a visual arts career guidance, because also for me it was personal, because at school we never got people coming like your Ivy to come to say, hey, you can be an artist, you can be a curator, but we never got that. It was only few careers that were pushed with universities. So now my company, Nazo Arts and Project, we're targeting grade 11, grade 10, 11 and 12, inviting artists to go and speak, to say, no, you can be a photographer. Here are the challenges of being a photographer. Here are the advantages, here are the disadvantages. So yeah, with the work that I do, it also taking care of artists, because you know, when you come to an exhibition, you just see artworks on the wall, the walls are clean. So we are the people that does behind the scene, from the artists finishing their works to us packaging it, taking it to the framers and bringing it to the exhibition space, installing it. And also installing is not just only nailing, putting the artwork there. So there's a sense of what would the visitor see when they come here, which artworks links to which ones, the eye level of the artworks. If you hang the artworks too high, people who are shorter, they won't enjoy. If you hang them low, people who are taller. So there's a specific eye level that you need to work with. And also just taking care of artists, because also artists, they would be good in creating their art, but also making sure that their artworks are safe, making sure that their artworks are protected from damage. So yeah, that's basically in a nutshell.
In a nutshell. No, that was very informative, and actually I think for those who are watching us, you really get a holistic feel in terms of what informs what you do. And yeah, getting into that, how important is actually, because of, we could assume that, installing, creating, it's just so simple to do. But please highlight us in terms of some of the challenges, in terms of looking into what goes into doing it, that people don't know. Just hanging is like it's finished, but what does that process look like? If you can let us in, does it have to does one have to have an interest in also looking into researching in terms of maybe show that you're doing? Like, how does it look like? Because of for some who don't know, it's just hanging out. Yes.
Yeah, it's quite a very challenging thing to do. It looks easy when you see the works are there. There's intense up and down, and basically in an installation space or a gallery, I would usually take almost like 15 to 20,000 steps around the space, because we have to put up the art piece, and then we have to go back, and then we have to look at it, get a second opinion. What do you think of this height? Is it fine? And maybe someone says, no, it's too high. We have to maybe close and then bring it much lower. But also, it's also one having interest in looking at art. I don't know how many artworks I've seen in my life, and also getting to understand, because also when artists are creating works in their studio, they are in a certain mode of working or trying to communicate something, and then once that work is done, there's the other work of making sure that the visitors get to understand what the artist is trying to communicate, And also with art is not only putting works up, so there's sound. You basically would use all your senses. In other exhibitions, there'll be exhibitions where you use sound, there's exhibitions where you use your sense of smell, where maybe someone is burning an incense. So also looking into that, it's also making sure that you go out and look at other installations, because if you look at the history of installations, you would find people who would be having their own collections or things that maybe their parents have left, and then it becomes something that people honor, and then the history of galleries and museums where the collection would be put in a safe space, and then for people to come and learn about those things. So also installing and curation becomes part of art itself, because if you see artworks on the walls, they are representing, or they are trying to tell a certain story within it.
Okay. I think for most that are watching, I think we have different segment of people that, looking into business sector, academic, creatives, and all. And now we are really in I think the time we are in is really like information age, information is accessible and all of that. So like, if I may ask from your side, what has informed what keeps you going in terms of looking into the education side of what you're doing? Do you read more books? Do you research? How does that look like? And also, that's the first question. And also, some of the projects that you do, is it something you initiate, or most of the time it's artists maybe contacting you, or institutions? How does that look?
Okay, firstly, it will be me with research, and also I would be applying for some projects. For an example, when I worked at Zayed Smoker, the museum in Cape Town, so I was part of the team that put up the museum throughout the opening. So it's me finding out, applying, and also reading quite a lot of books and getting to visit artist studios. And when it comes to business, because also we are not there's not a lot of installers around, especially here in South Africa, who are doing it professionally. So I've been getting calls, because also I also do like your F&B art fair, so I would be getting independent galleries or artists themselves calling me saying, I have a show, we have a stall at the F&B art fair, could you please come and install? So your Teben art fair, your latitudes. So it's quite a, I would say, a new career path, which you don't find like this, like you can't go to a university around, you don't offer like so it's about one, having to do more research. Also, if you go online, you would find some videos on how to put up, how to hang a picture, but also those would be like home-based picture hanging. But also now the industry has strengthened, because also the artists themselves in their studios, they would be getting clients who are buying their artworks, and then clients would want their artworks to be installed in their houses. So there's quite a lot of demand of people wanting artwork to be hung in their houses and galleries. So hence my plan next year, I'm planning to do a skills installation skills transfer, where I'll be teaching people who are interested in learning how to install artworks, because also I'm only one person, and also just trying to make the clients that it's not only me who can do it. If I do like a skills transfer, the people that I teach, if they want someone to install, then we can send that team to go and install, because also for me, I end up installing exhibition up until early hours of the morning, because if the show opens tomorrow, there's no time, so we end up so that's my plan for 2022. Hopefully I get like a proper funding, but I've already started. I have 2 boxes that I bought with the money that I, and also creating relationship. I've been working with renowned artists like your Blessing Gobeni, one of the artists that I also manage his studio. So managing the studio would be making sure that the artist has materials, the work, if they're going to the gallery, everything is documented, the inventories. So that's another thing that I do outside installing and curating.
So Mafana, in terms of, because I think, first of all, I think what you do really takes courage, because as you say, for instance, when you look into educational, there's no much of courses where you can directly say, okay, I'm going to school, like installation, maybe have to study art first and then become a creator and but you have really altered and created this to become, and you're well known for this, you know, because I think I first saw your work literally like on Instagram, and then I started following you, and yeah, I think there was that yearning to really meet up with you, and things happened the way they happened, and we finally met. And for those who don't know, I think Bafana is doing phenomenal, like in terms of his thought processes and. So my question really looks into what has made you still say, okay, wake up and still do what you're doing, because of there's no Martini, there's no straightforward way to say, okay, you know, but you know, it's a matter of you jumping into maybe projects and sometimes you find that maybe those projects is quiet, and then like what has made you still wanna wake up and say, okay, continue doing what you're doing? Yeah.
I think what has made me continue doing what I'm doing, I think it's also the love of art, and also the love of seeing art, because also for me, on the wall, and also it's
Greetings. My name is Pasegala Solang. I'm the CEO of WHC. WHC stands for Water Hygiene Convenience. We are a water management solutions company. The problem we are addressing is the South African water crisis. Despite the crisis, water is poorly managed. This leads to unnecessary high water bills in the private and public sector. Furthermore, the water loss is escalated by the inadequate communication between those who want to fix problems and those who can fix problems. To address this problem, WHC presents the Aquamix app. We use IoT devices in properties to monitor water consumption, detect water leakages, and provide data analytics in real time. The IoT devices are connected to the client's properties. They are also connected to a network of accredited plumbers, which can attend to the water emergencies as soon as the problem is detected. Each client is able to take images of the water problem they have. The app then generates a code to get the job done. The plumbers can collect quality material from the nearest hardware and attend to the job without the client paying any upfront costs. Once the job is done, the client pays WHC and we pay both the plumber and the retailer. Through this solution, we will save hours of communication rigmarole, resolve many payment disputes, while saving an average of 250,000 liters of water per year per household, not to mention the creation of jobs for thousands of plumbers all over the country. This is a 10 billion rand market locally and a 10.4 trillion rand market internationally. We have competitors, but while they compete, we create. Hence, we have 5 competitive advantages that are unique to us. To date, we have trained and created jobs for 26 youth. Furthermore, we have an agreement in principle with the Institute of Plumbing South Africa to scale the impact through this innovation. We are working with IBM and they have invested 3 million rand into this innovation. Massmart has also invested in us and they are looking forward to supplying the required plumbing material to our affiliated plumbers through this innovation. There are 7 eligible income streams from this innovation. I just shared with you one of them. We forecast revenues of approximately 16 million rand per year and profits in the region of 6 million rand, being conservative, of course. Subject to the pilot success, we are going to need approximately 12 million rand in investments over the next 3 years. For this investment, we are willing to give 35% equity with a return on investment of 20% within 5 to 6 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I've come to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
What's up, everyone? We're back at the business clinic. This is the space where ideas are incubated and scaled with minimum resources but maximum impact. Today, we're celebrating one of the last speakers regarding cultural entrepreneurship, right? And I know he's a good friend of mine. We actually work together, but I'd like you to just introduce who you are, what you do.
Sanbonani. Yo,
Yes.
what's up? I come on
Yes,
Sipo Wakamguni. I'm a writer, I'm a poet, I'm a producer, and also an entrepreneur. I'm passionate about arts and literature as a whole. And yes, I think that's the short, short and
amazing.
sweet. Basically, if you were to summarize me, it will be in two terms: a creative and an entrepreneur. Yes, that
That's
will be
powerful.
me. Yeah.
How does that come about, that combination?
That combination comes about when you're on a journey of discovering yourself. Who are you?
Yeah.
What do you enjoy? What are your passions? And most importantly, what is your vision? So I've read quite a lot of personal development books because there was a point in my life where I didn't know what's happening. Like where am I going? Like frustrations and everything. And then I came across one book, Simon Sinek's Start With Why, and then that book sort of made me question myself with the why are you here? I know some people attribute finding your purpose to religion. Yeah, that's good, but for me it was books. So when Simon Sinek mentioned Start With Why, that's where I got to find out the vision that I have, and that's where I finally understood myself as a creative and then as an entrepreneur. That's when it started. Dope. Yeah.
So now let's talk a little bit about the creative, and then we'll jump back to the entrepreneur. Okay. And then we'll talk about the interface, because I think that's really what's potent and interesting.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes.
So the creative. What's your journey as a creative?
Yo.
Where it began, kind of where it began. Where
it began with Osusubabon, Nabantu Bakon, Shayinto Zakon, Pro. Began with the Pro. That was my first encounter with something called rap. And then I was in grade 7, 2005. And then I started writing songs. So I was part of this group called the TM4Ps, the Multi 4 Boys. So we were writing raps. And then eventually they called me Sai for under after Usai for the UTV guy, Sipongwenya, because their names are similar,
right,
you know.
okay, right.
Then I went on with that up until high school, and then high school still went to becoming a battle rap, you know.
Oh, you are battle cat.
I know,
Him.
right? Yeah.
Okay,
You
so
know,
you've got
right?
your stripes.
You know, now, yeah. 11 barrels, 2 losses.
Yo.
You know, so that's good. And then from there on, yeah, my from the website, then that's why I got introduced to theater 2008. Theater 2008, and then from theater it was poetry, you know, and then from poetry it was, now I was juggling both poetry and rap until I decided, no, let me leave rap and focus on poetry. And then from poetry it was writing. 2017 I wrote my first book. Then from there on, this year I'm writing my first stage play, you know.
Damn.
So next year next year probably a movie script or a series. We don't know. The sky's the limit. You know? So that's my creative journey as a whole. Yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And then what is your journey as an entrepreneur?
My journey as an entrepreneur, specifically within the art space,
Okay.
comes from the deep need of, you know, you grew up in the township where they say, we are giving you a platform, you know, perform for free, giving you platform, you know, it works. But then at some point, what matters is who's in that platform. You know, so you can say, give me a platform, but then if there's just my peers, how that platform empower me, you know. So out of that grew the need that artists should be paid, you know, cannot perform for free. And then that's where my vision started coming in, it started growing on me. So the vision that I have as an artist and as an entrepreneur, you know, is to inspire, create an organization where artists will inspire, developed and empowered to make a living out of their God-given talents. You know, so it doesn't matter which space you are in, visual arts, but as long as you're within the poetry space, my vision tries to help you.
Yeah.
And then from that, yeah, I'm creating programs where artists can be, for instance, I have these events where I host an act for a day and then they get a share of the tickets, you know, while we cover the logistics also, you know. So that way the events become sustainable. Yeah. So yeah, that's journey as an entrepreneur.
That's powerful, man.
Yeah.
And then where's the intersection, right? I know that you've already mentioned your entrepreneur journey was within the arts, right?
Yes.
But a lot of your work, and I'm interested in this.
Yeah.
Every time I hear about a poet,
Yeah.
what I'm expecting is social content.
I
don't expect to hear anything that speaks to the economy, even though the economy, yes,
it
is
forms part of the
political,
content.
yes,
Yeah.
but you know what I'm saying.
I get you.
You know what I'm
I
saying.
get you. The honest answer is just creativity and thinking out of the box. You know, try to understand how I write the poems, especially corporate work, as I try to understand the vision and then of the company, and then I stretch it to the people it tries to serve, you know, their challenge and everything. Then I join the two. How that happens, I don't know. Let's just call it a gift.
Are you able to teach that?
Yes, I'm able to teach that.
That's
I'm able to teach that, especially when you understand the fundamentals. From there on, it's you unlocking your creativity, and then you
That's
expand.
high level
Expand.
stuff, my G.
Yes, yeah.
I'm thinking about anytime someone has to write up a proposal, and a lot of people know that no one reads a proposal. They only read the first 5 minutes or maximum,
the first
and
page.
then they decide. They've already decided. So you've got the executive summary part, right? And being able to articulate your vision in a short space of time is something that I've seen that you've mastered.
Thank you.
So whenever you speak about a project or about a company and you write for them, you're able to extrapolate the vision and reduce it to that level where I feel it actually scales the value a little bit.
Dope,
poetry. I don't know if you've got any examples that you want to share or pieces that you want to share with us.
I do have a few, but then they're in my black book.
Where's your black book? Where's your black book?
The bag over there. Please, guys, can you bring me the bag?
Guys, I want them to taste, because it's easy to talk, but once you've seen what I say, I'm sorry.
the black book. Please check out the black book in it.
And then maybe you can tell us maybe
that's why
the piece and then also who it was for. All right. This is I believe in your work, my G. At a high level. I remember I did, and then I think when the guys get a chance to play, I think there was 4 videos we collaborated with him. We took your poem and we turned it into a visual treatment, right? So I think I sent them on email, but when you get a chance, please try and find those pieces. There's like 5 powerful pieces. One was for the green businesses in the green space. The other one was businesses in the cultural space. Yes. And the other one was businesses in digital space. So it was like really amazing work. So let's hear some of the stuff you do.
All right. Let me give you 2. The second one will be businesses within the green space.
Yes.
And then this one is for businesses. This guy's Luxin juice, Luxin fruits.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're producing their own juice. So I wrote the poem for them.
All right. Let's get
it. We are all stories blooming in the backdrop of sharp knives. Streets littered with stompies, broken bottles from the night before laid out like rocks. Trapped in the dungeon where dreams are imprisoned by crime. But from the back room we emerge, carrying $800 to buy $1 million. Maybe $1 billion. We are auction fruits. From the decaying roots, we raise children's dreams like trees. Their dreams coming to reality are the fruits. Come, take a sip and sit. From this ground, we now emerge. New stories, new realities. We are auction fruits. One small sip for you, 1,000 changing realities for us.
I know. You said who was that for?
It was Luxin juice. Luxin juice. Yes. You know, so they told us their story that they started their business with $800 from their back room. You know, so that specific part became so inspiring for me. That also understanding the township and the realities thereof that happens in that space. Especially the morning after the night before. So hence the stompies and then the broken bottles. I was just trying to capture the essence of the township that even in that life, dreams do come out.
This is fire, man. You said you got another one?
I got another one.
Let's go.
These ones, the guy is called Green Movement.
Okay. Wait, is it Batuman? Who's it?
Yes.
He was here actually. Link the interview. Yeah.
Dope.
I love the work they do.
Yeah. So this one, what I like about this one is that I am taking a political narrative at the same time the environmental way.
Okay.
So you'll hear when the poem starts. Niyabasaba na. Ay, asibasabi, siyabafuna. Remember the days we used to stomp our feet, raise our fists, and shout, Amanda! Carrying the color black so we can insert it in a rainbow. Remember those days? Well, a new enemy has emerged, created by our own revolutions. Smoke we gave to the sky as sacrifice for our wealth. Now he's a tyrant that has tamed the seasons. He controls the sun. It can be winter and summer. He carries the climate as a sword, ready to cut all skins. But new warriors have emerged. Green movement energy. Warriors reversing the smoke we gave to the sky so the sky may breathe again. Green movement. A movement for you, for me, and for all of us. For every color in the rainbow. We are all warriors saving the earth. Giving it to our children clean, healthy, and whole is the greatest legacy. Snap, snap.
Oh yes, got the
snap,
poets. Yes.
snap.
The Poets Society would know what to do.
And so this was the corporate work, and then but
Listen
none
to
of
that,
this
guys. This
would have
was
been-
corporate.
This is corporate. This is corporate. And one of the greatest compliment that I got was that I'm able to simplify poetry to an everyday man. Because we know poetry as you see, we know poetry is this gigantic terminology, boom, and then you have to think, Yes, but now someone said I'm able to make it simple enough for someone who has a basic understanding of English. They're able to get what I'm saying, and that for me was very, very, very huge for me. Because now, when you at times as poets, I'm sorry, I'm
Please
diverting.
run with it.
At times as poets, we write deep lines, but we tend to be understood by our fellow poets. But what about the general public? So we need to find a way to maintain the aesthetics and also maintain the functionality of poetry, which is social commentary. But the aesthetic, it still needs to be creative. So once you find a balance between the two, poetry reaches a broader market, and that's what I think I've been able to manage
let
to
them
do.
in on a little secret here. I don't
Yeah.
know how much time I've got left.
Mm-hmm.
I want to let them in on a secret here.
Yeah.
How long did it take you to write those pieces? I think that's an interesting fact.
The green movement. I'm mentioning I'm mentioning the lotion fruits.
Sure.
Because that one I struggled with an angle.
Okay.
And
Okay.
big time I had to re-listen to the guy's story over and over again. But the total time was 30 minutes. And there are poems where I wrote in 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay.
15 minutes. I wrote
Did you
some. I
guys
wrote
hear
in
that?
10.
15
So yeah.
minutes.
Yeah.
You wrote
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
You know, I've commissioned guys to write for me. 2 weeks later, I was busy got the first part. My king, you're gifted, you're blessed, and a lot of Africans are gifted and blessed. I wish we could reposition arts and what we do at the top of the hierarchy, because that's where you are. You're at the executive summary. You're at the high level communication of the agenda. You're not just decorations.
Thank you, G.
The way you articulate your work, and what I love is that you are a platform for others to assist them to articulate their work.
Yes,
you know.
yes.
Right now, Loction Fruits, it's a vibe. But when you told that story in a short piece, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm buying.
Let's get it.
I buy the story.
True.
Let's chat a little bit about other work that you've done besides just stuff that you've done with micro enterprises, in terms of the impact that you've seen in the work that you've done.
So far, I think my biggest impact would be the transferring of skills. And I'm working on that. For now, what is still an impact on its own, the conversation that I've managed to have with people from the books that I wrote, because I got Fury, The Raw of a Lioness, and then that one is available online. It also speaks about gender-based violence and everything. And then the second one is Uhuru, the Pursuit. The first one, rather, was Uhuru, the Pursuit for the African Dream. That one specifically, I was able to create conversations where I shared what is the vision I share about the book. So a brief synopsis would be: the book is based on a community that built their own university and their own businesses within a period of 18 years. So I'm just highlighting how that came about. Unfortunately, it was self-published, so the muscle is not yet strong, but it's trying to gather the finances and then spread it out again. But my biggest impact for now will be to transfer skills, and which is why I'm working on a creative writing workbook for the sole purpose of helping other people develop this writing skill, and then with time get to a level I'm at and surpass me, hopefully. That one I very much like. That I like someone to surpass me, because if one surpasses me, it means the industry is growing.
Damn.
Yeah, that would be the greatest
What's influencing you, Maji? I told you the African dream. What's
the pursuit for the African dream?
Yeah, what's the spirit behind all of this?
My people, Africans.
Talk to me.
With that, because 20 years later, 27 to 30 years later, economical, we are still not there. And now I've noticed that we are not there economical because we are trying to climb the ladder they've created. However, if we could be conscientized with creating a parallel ladder that will be owned by us, then our kids can climb that ladder. That ladder will be for them, created by their ancestors. Yes, the corporate ladder in this day and age is created by our ancestors, but then they were just workers. But the one that I'm dreaming of the pursuit for the African dream, it's the one where our parents, us, the generation, we create that ladder so that our kids can climb that ladder and also be economically free. So at the core of it is just discovering who you are as an African, your ingenuity, and also how can you contribute to the economy using your gifts. Hence the vision: empower, develop, and inspire.
As you're sharing that, I'm seeing how
Yeah.
the vision transcends categories. Because very often when I speak to tech guys, right,
Yeah.
there's a language and a jargon that fits in the tech world. Or I speak
Yeah.
to the green movement guys,
Mhm,
and now I suddenly have to live in a certain way. That's just
Mhm,
like
mhm,
I feel
mhm.
like the language that you're speaking transcends categories. And would you attest to that to broadly the power of arts and maybe even the power of our culture?
You see, I like when you mention culture. You see, there's big change happening now. The conversation 2-3 years ago was social entrepreneurship. Now the conversation is cultural entrepreneurship. You see, now there's a correlation between the two and an improvement of some sort from one stage to another. So social entrepreneurship was me using my business to benefit the other people, but cultural entrepreneurship, it's you claiming who you are as an African and finding ways to create empowerment within that space.
Hey, I didn't know.
At least that's what I think. But when I read about it, cultural entrepreneurship for me reflects that. Now socially, this is what you want to do. Because remember, I have to take it back to colonization. It was politically, social, culturally, and religiously.
Yeah.
So now we are claiming bit by bit who we are. So entrepreneurship comes when someone is able to create an empire making calabashes.
Buffett.
Issues of
If
some
we
sort.
were on Sway's universe, I would say to you guys, we have a hyena. We have a hyena up in here. What the heck just happened? I always look down at artists and think these guys don't know business. These guys, they need financial literacy. Big time. We do. Okay,
Big time.
Okay. Talk to me about that.
Yo, and the thing is, the art space, you only get money. It's not consistent. That's why, especially when they come up. So you get, I don't know, 18K this month, and then you have to wait another 6 months, and then you get another 10K. We have to wait another 2 months, another 2K. It's not consistent enough. So financial literacy will help us as artists know what, okay, that 18K should be invested elsewhere on positive income generating assets. So that they can sustain us until the next payout.
Nice.
Especially when working with government with your 90 days and 60 days, So that's where financial literacy comes in. You get to know this is what I should do, this is what I shouldn't do to make sure my money runs longer.
Nice.
Financial
I
literacy
think we're gonna
comes in
go
that
to a
space.
break, but then I'm gonna challenge you. I don't know if you'll accept this challenge.
Yeah.
But the idea would be to perhaps write a piece.
Yeah.
For the business clinic.
Okay.
That's my challenge to you.
Okay.
That's my challenge to you.
Okay.
But now we're gonna have to ask around and get a quick brief of exactly what is the business clinic. Who they are, what they do, and then you can write a couple of bars.
Look at me. It's on.
It's on. Oh, so you accept the challenge word. Nah, dude, like, who am I to even challenge you about that? What I would do is I'll take that piece and I'll make it into a video. That is a challenge I will accept.
All right, dope.
That's a challenge. But for you guys who are watching, I hope that you'd be able to write a little piece, just sharing, because I feel like the space speaks back to a lot of what you believe and what we believe in, and there's that collaborative spirit that's happening organically, and that's quite powerful. It's very rare that you find a Black-owned institution like the business clinic run so well. and for so long, and with such a huge scope of impact in their mind. So we're very blessed to have you host us, and we're gonna cut early to a break, and then we'll come back and then see if we can take it from there and wrap it up.
Hi, my name is Lucky Diteru. I'm an entrepreneur, strategist, and investor, the founder of ICRD Group, the company behind the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator Program. In 2018, when South Africa celebrated Nelson Mandela's centenary, as a company, we sat down to say, how can we celebrate this amazing milestone in our country's history? And we decided to develop and conceptualize the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator, a sector-specific program that seeks to fast-track sustainable solutions to Africa's pressing water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Annually, we invite solutions across the four corners of our country to participate in this awesome program that seeks to identify, support, fund, and upscale a new generation of data-driven solutions to water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Join us in building sustainable strategies for Africa's rural and urban communities. Thank you. Hi, my name is Lucky Diteru. I'm an entrepreneur, strategist, and investor, the founder of ICRD Group, the company behind the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator Program. In 2018, when South Africa celebrated Nelson Mandela's centenary, as a company, we sat down to say, how can we celebrate this amazing milestone in our country's history? And we decided to develop and conceptualize the 4IR Aquatech Accelerator, a sector-specific program that seeks to fast-track sustainable solutions to Africa's pressing water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Annually, we invite solutions across the four corners of our country to participate in this awesome program that seeks to identify, support, fund, and upscale a new generation of data-driven solutions to water, food, and energy nexus challenges. Join us in building sustainable strategies for Africa's rural and urban communities. Thank you.
There's a new kid on the block. Hashtag Robia Farms.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The future of taps reimagined. Introducing the high drop, conserving tomorrow today, and also changing the narrative of taps. The high drop has been carefully designed and carefully manufactured over the past 4.5 years to save you money, water, and also optimize hygiene. That's really why we exist as a business. That's really why we exist as Sky High Innovations, driven by the passion for environmental sustainability, the passion of excellence, and the passion of innovation. We want to make sure that the future is really reimagined, creating innovations that impact society and impact the global environment. Join us in this journey of sharing our first product with the world. Hashtag sustainability. Hashtag the high drop. Changing the future of taps.
For over a century, scientists warned that the Earth's climate was changing as a result of human action. South Africa's plans and initiatives to create a green economy have positioned the country to take the lead on the continent through the country's membership to the Partnership for Action on Green Economy, PAGE.
South Africa joined this program in 2015 as part of the outcomes of the Rio Plus 20.
PAGE is supported by the generous contributions of its donor partners, and it brings together 5 United Nations agencies.
South Africa is one of the first recipients of PAGE Green Recovery Funds.
This is reflected in the National Development Plan Vision 2030, which puts green economy
and low carbon economy in South Africa.
PAGE has certainly lived up to its intention of forging partnerships and network in South Africa.
To ensure that going forward, we have this green economic recovery and stimulus package that meets the needs of our developing society.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. My name is Faith Mukhalaka, and today I bring to you Buno. Buno is how we propose to make honest money for you. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, Uno. Uno.
Uno.
Uno. Uno. Uno.
Pieces of our society will raise hope in the hearts of victims that fell to the
Welcome back from the break. Your boy over here during the break has written a nice piece for the business clinic.
Mm-hmm.
And it's for you, really.
Yes.
But before we go there, I just want us to play a couple of videos of work you've done before. We've collaborated with you in video form. Just get a taste of the mixture of culture and entrepreneurship.
Mm-hmm.
There's a rising sun in the East End. New dreams are formed, society transformed, change is at hand. A new story has begun. A blooming generation of entrepreneurs, different sparks gathering to create one sun. Rising together to gather scattered dreams that screams behind the curtains of poverty. Searching, reaching far beyond the sorrows of this society. From the dreams that emerge in the back room with no financial backing, intent on not backing down, 800 bucks in their pockets and a whole lot of big dreams in their hands. Entrepreneurs are running a race, praising past the cries and failed hopes of their parents. A new song lingering on their lips, shaping the future. Dreams fashioned sharp to break the igneous rocks of failure. They are township economic warriors. These are new kings and queens, erecting castles in the township, casting fear in the abyss, building businesses. When all is said and done, they will sit and have a meal. They will laugh and celebrate, and their stories and triumph will be told through art. History will emerge with immense potential blooming in our skins. We are a generation carrying paint brushes, determined to paint new stories in the canvas of our black skins, ready to color black skins with new identities. From the ashes of our misconception we rise. Hey buddy, today we buddy up to treat our skins with kindness. We are the new generation, generating new realities. We are buddy up. Doctors healing the cracked skins of the hood. our society, we raise hope. In the hearts of victims that felt the tyranny of the pandemic, the enemy is COVID, that strangled families like an umbilical cord around the baby's neck. Pockets grew shallow like unmarked graves. In the backdrop of this tyranny, the dreams of the youth blossom like roses in spring. From Pahlele to Batokwa, we raise eucalyptus trees of hope, where the evergreen trees of a dream never wither. The dreams in the hearts of women break out of the cocoon. We're raising butterflies with wings painted in the colors of our African beauty. Writers, directors, post-production professions written in their wings like hieroglyphs. We raise the faces of hope in young girls, growing in these fractured pieces.
No. I love your work. I love your work. And I love how you're able to touch on different levels.
Yeah.
So there's the sales point, but then there's the impact that people are making. And then there's the thought-provoking stuff that makes you self-reflect. So
Yes,
thank you.
yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
I think we're going to just wrap it up. I think during the break, you wrote a piece for the business clinic, and this is a great way to drop the mic. So
I
please,
did. Y'all
over
ready?
to you. Yeah?
All right.
Maybe not.
So the story behind this one begins with when we came in. We're at the kitchen. So our camera lady was taking a picture of
Yes.
the site on that side. So in JHP, as much as there's this manifold of dreams, but there's also where reality is where people are just getting by,
Yeah.
not the little they have.
Yeah.
So I capture that image because for me, this space, it's where dreams bloom, and then on the other side is where parents. On the other side is parents who came to the city to make quick rent for their children.
Yeah.
So this space is more like these two spaces is like a contrast to each other.
Yeah.
The parents are working to take their children to school,
Yeah.
and then this space is where those children can get a chance to continue the baton,
Sure.
and make a greater impact.
Sure.
So for me, that's the whole vibe behind this poem.
Nice.
I know I didn't give you away that much. I just gave the big story.
I like that.
TBC, that's the title. In the city where dreams bloom and lives grow beneath the bridges and shacks, hostels are scattered like thrown rocks. Shacks and hostel carrying fathers and mothers in search of a rand so they could buy their children's future. From lullabies of grumbling stomachs, dry throats, and cracked lips, dreaming of their next meal like a desert wishes to hold raindrops. But in the business clinic, where broken dreams are healed, blurred visions are restored, and futures are crafted like sculptures in the backdrop of bridges and hostels, where fathers live for their children, daily planting seed of hope with every rand they send home. The business clinic is where those dreams are turned to innovation and social impact. The business clinic, our impact is helping you make an impact. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I know it's a wrap of it to the business clinic. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for the Cultural Entrepreneurship Week.
Yeah.
Thank you for the whole festival. Fire.
Dope.
Drop the mic.
Dope. No. Don't waste the resources, sir. Don't waste the resources, sir.
There's a rising sun in the East Rand. New dreams are formed, society transformed, change is at hand. A new story has begun. A blooming generation of entrepreneurs, different sparks gathering to create one sun. Rising together to gather scattered dreams that screams behind the curtains of poverty. Searching, reaching far beyond the sorrows of this society. From the dreams that emerge in the back room with no financial backing, intent on not backing down, $800 in their pockets and a whole lot of big dreams in their hands. Entrepreneurs are running a race, praising past the cries and failed hopes of their parents. A new song lingering on their lips, shaping the future. Dreams fashioned sharp to break the igneous rocks of failure. They are township economic warriors. These are new kings and queens, erecting castles in the township, casting fear in the abyss, building businesses. And when all is said and done, they will sit and have a meal. They will laugh and celebrate, and their stories and triumph will be told through art. I had a nightmare. The stars didn't glow. They were like black dots weighed down by the polluted smoke we gave them. The moon was black like clothes in a funeral. We were mourning the death of the earth. Victoria Falls no longer gushed with white foam when water splashes, but stood motionless like green algae. The birds couldn't fly in the polluted heavy air. Their wings were heavy like they carried rocks. Tomorrow, I wish to wake up to a place where birds tweet to celebrate dawn and can touch the blue sky without their nose suffocating. Tomorrow, I would like to wake up and see trees dancing to the gentle breeze. Tomorrow, I'd like to wake up to a bright sunny day with cotton white clouds pasted in the blue sky. Tomorrow I'd like to wake up to clean air and blue skies. Today I realize tomorrow is now. Emerge with immense potential blooming in our skins. We are a generation carrying paint brushes, determined to paint new stories in the canvas of our black skins, ready to color black skins with new identities. From the ashes of our misconception we rise. Hey buddy, today we buddy up, to treat our skins with kindness. We are the new generation, generating new realities. We are buddy up, doctors healing the cracked skins of the hood. Pieces of our society will raise hope in the hearts of victims that felt the tyranny of the pandemic. The enemy is COVID that strangled families like an umbilical cord around a baby's neck. Pockets grew shallow like unmarked graves. In the backdrop of this tyranny, the dreams of the youth blossom like roses in spring. From Pahlel to Batokwa, we raise eucalyptus trees of hope, where the evergreen trees of a dream never wither. The dreams in the hearts of women break out of the cocoon. We're raising butterflies with wings painted in the colors of our African beauty. Writers, directors, post-production professions written in their wings like hieroglyphs. We raise the faces of hope in young girls, growing in these fractured pieces.
Hi everyone, my name is Ivy Shamfu. I'm a visual artist and curator. I'm here today. We're live at the Startup Business Festival happening in Utah at the Business Clinic. And today I'm joined by, you have to know this guy. He's like the art space, creative space. You have to know. I'm with Bafana Zembe. He is an installation curator, and he's doing phenomenal work. Not this year, but he's been. You have to know him. And I think for those who don't know him, we'll just take you into an insert, and just to show what he's all about. Yes. Welcome back, guys. And also, I hope you enjoyed the video that really takes us into some of what fun is all about, the work that he does. As I mentioned, that he is an installation curator, installing everything arts and more. So I'll just so today's conversation will really look into how he does what he does, and where he's coming from, and what inspires that, and why, the why of everything. So I'd like to introduce our guest today, as we are on our fourth week for the festival, which is cultural for this week. Yes, guys. So this is Bafana Zembe, as I mentioned earlier. So his work is quite phenomenal, but I don't want to speak because of he's here as our guest. I don't want to speak so much. He's here to tell us more in terms of what does he do. So yes, Bafana, to those who are watching, introduce yourself in terms of who you are and where you from.
Thank you so much, Ivy. My name is Bafana Zembe. I'm an installation curator. What does that mean? I install and I curate exhibitions or shows. My background, I was born and raised in Mid-Orleans, Zone 4, during the 80s. So also it was a very interesting time in South Africa, where we were experiencing, there was the state of emergency. So there was quite a lot of violence that was happening around. So all the visuals that one has to see growing up, I think it has given one a chance to be able to install or to tell the story using exhibitions. With that said, after my matric, I wanted to be a chartered accountant for some reason, you know? And that didn't work out due to fees and everything. But it also accompanied me what I wanted to do, because also installation, we deal with calculations, we deal with measurements. So I once worked in a clothing store where I worked with window display. So I wasn't aware that in the long run I'd become a professional installer. So I used to put in like new ads. If it's like festive season, I would put up posters that shows like your sales and Black Friday. So,
Christmas sales.
Yeah. So also with that, after I finished my schooling, I got an opportunity to do a learnership in Museum Africa, which was heritage learnership, where we learned quite a lot of things about conservation and preservation, the handling of artwork. So also that also plugged me in, and it gave me more confidence to work within the industry. And then after that learnership in 2010, I applied for a position in the Market for Workshop, which is a school of photography, which has produced quite a lot of photographers that we see today. And so I've worked in the photo workshop from 2011 as a project assistant, where I would assist when they're putting up exhibition for the alumni or the people that have won like awards. So I'll be the guy that runs around painting and making sure that when people come on the opening night, everything is well and ready. And yeah, with that, I also gained confidence because now I was working for the Market Photo Workshop. I worked with a group of photographers. We had a collective, we call it the Collective 104, where we would get like artists every month, and then we take their works and we showcase them in a concept store, which is Dope Store. So they used to sell clothes. So we try to include art. When people come to buy clothes, they can see art, or when they're there to look at art, there's clothing. So yeah, with that we did quite a number of exhibition out of our own pockets. And with the team that I was working in, we started getting calls from different institutions wanting us to. So that's how our team started getting dissolved, because one has to go and work in events, the other one has to go and yeah. So I registered a company in 2015 called Nazo Arts and Project, which deals more with installation, curation, and career guidance and skills transference. So with Nazo, I also got funding from the NAC to do like a career guidance, or a visual arts career guidance, because also for me it was personal, because at school we never got people coming like your Ivy to come to say, hey, you can be an artist, you can be a curator, but we never got that. It was only few careers that were pushed with universities. So now my company, Nazo Arts and Project, we're targeting grade 11, grade 10, 11 and 12, inviting artists to go and speak, to say, no, you can be a photographer. Here are the challenges of being a photographer. Here are the advantages, here are the disadvantages. So yeah, with the work that I do, it also taking care of artists, because you know, when you come to an exhibition, you just see artworks on the wall, the walls are clean. So we are the people that does behind the scene, from the artists finishing their works to us packaging it, taking it to the framers and bringing it to the exhibition space, installing it. And also installing is not just only nailing, putting the artwork there. So there's a sense of what would the visitor see when they come here, which ones, the eye level of the artworks. If you hang the artworks too high, people who are shorter, they won't enjoy. If you hang them low, people who are taller. So there's a specific eye level that you need to work with. And also just taking care of artists, because also artists, they would be good in creating their art, but also making sure that their artworks are safe, making sure that their artworks are protected from damage. So yeah, that's basically in a nutshell.
In a nutshell, no, that's very informative, and actually, I think for those who are watching us, you really get a holistic feel in terms of what informs what you do. And yeah, getting into that, how important is actually because of we could assume that installing, creating, it's just so simple to do. But please highlight us in terms of some of the challenges, in terms of looking into what goes into doing it that people don't know without just hanging like it's finished. But what that process look like? If you can like let us in, does it have to does one have to have an interest in also looking into researching in terms of maybe show that you're doing? Like, how does it look like? Because of for some who don't know, it's just hanging out. Yes.
Yeah, it's quite a very challenging to do. It looks easy when you see the works are there. There's intense up and down, and basically in an installation space or a gallery, I would usually take almost like 15 to 20,000 steps around the space, because we have to put up the art piece, and then we have to go back, and then we have to look at it, get a second opinion. What do you think of this height? Is it fine?
Yes.
And maybe someone says, no, it's too high. We have to maybe close and then bring it much lower. But also, it's also one having interest in looking at art. I don't know how many artworks I've seen in my life, and also getting to understand, because also when artists are creating works in their studio, they are in a certain mode of working or trying to communicate something. And then once that work is done, there's the other work of making sure that the visitors get to understand what the artist is trying to communicate, And also with art is not only putting works up, so there's sound, basically use all your senses. In other exhibitions, there will be exhibitions where you use sound, there will be exhibitions where you use your sense of smell, where maybe someone is burning an incense. So also looking into that, it's also making sure that you go out and look at other installations, because if you look at the history of installations, you would find people who would be having their own collections or things that maybe their parents have left, and then it becomes something that people honor, and then the history of galleries and museums where the collection would be put in a safe space, and then for people to come and learn about those things. So also installing and curation becomes part of art itself, because if you see artworks on the walls, they are representing, or they are trying to tell a certain story within it.
Okay. I think for most that are watching, I think we have different segments of people that, looking into business sector, academic, creatives, and all. And now we are really in I think the time we are in is really like information age, information is accessible and all of that. So like, if I may ask from your side, what has informed, what keeps you going in terms of looking into the education side of what you're doing? Do you read more books? Do you research? How does that look like? And also, that's the first question. And also, the projects, some of the projects that you do, is it something you initiate, or most of the time it's artists maybe contacting you, or institutions? How does that look?
Okay, firstly, it would be me with research, and also I would be applying for some projects. For an example, when I worked at Zayed Smoker, the museum in Cape Town, so I was part of the team that put up the museum throughout the opening. So it's me finding out, applying, and also reading quite a lot of books and getting to visit artist studios. And when it comes to business, because also we are not a lot, there's not a lot of installers around, especially here in South Africa, who are doing it professionally. So I've been getting calls because also I also do like your F&B art fair, so I would be getting independent galleries or artists themselves calling me saying, I have a show, we have a stall at the F&B art fair, could you please come and install? So your Teben art fair, your latitudes. So it's quite a, I would say, a new career path which you don't find like this, like you can't go to a university around, they don't offer like so it's about one, having to do more research. Also, if you go online, you would find some videos on how to put up, how to hang a picture, but also those would be like home-based picture hanging. But also now the industry has strengthened, because also the artists themselves in their studios, they would be getting clients who are buying their artworks, and the clients would want their artworks to be installed in their houses. So there's quite a lot of demand of people wanting artwork to be hung in their houses and galleries. So hence my plan next year, I'm planning to do a skills installation skills transfer, where I'll be teaching people who are interested in learning how to install artworks, because also I'm only one person, and also just trying to make the clients that it's not only me who can do it. If I do like a skills transfer, the people that I teach, if they want someone to install, then we can send a team to go and install, because also for me, I end up installing exhibition up until early hours of the morning, because if the show opens tomorrow, there's no time, so we end up so that's my plan for 2022. Hopefully I get like a proper funding, but I've already started. I have 2 boxes that I bought with the money that and also creating relationship. I've been working with renowned artists like your Blessing Gobeni, one of the artists that I also manage his studio. So managing the studio would be making sure that the artist has materials, the work, if they're going to the gallery, everything is documented, the inventories. So that's another thing that I do outside installing and curating.
So Mafana, in terms of, because I think, first of all, I think what you do really takes courage, because as you say, for instance, when you look into educational, there's no much of courses where you can directly say, okay, I'm going to explore like installation, maybe have to study art first and then become a creator and but you have really altered and created this to become, and you're well known for this, because I think I first saw your work literally like on Instagram, and then I started following you, and I think there was that yearning to really meet up with you, and things happened the way they happened, and we finally met. And for those who don't know, I think Bafana is doing phenomenal, like in terms of his thought processes and so my question really looks into what has made you still say, okay, wake up and still do what you're doing, because of there's no Martini, there's no straightforward way to say, okay, but it's a matter of you jumping into maybe projects and sometimes you find that maybe those projects is quiet and then like what has made you still wanna wake up and say, okay, continue doing what you're doing? Yeah.
I think what has made me continue doing what I'm doing, I think it's also the love of art, and also the love of seeing art, because also for me, I grew up, I remember getting a chance to visit a museum with my late aunt, and I think also for me seeing works, and also I remember at schools we would have trips where we go to a museum. So I think also those trips and those visits, they captured me in also seeing works being on the wall. And also it's not only works on the wall, it's also outside outside the gallery space. We would do like installation, outdoor installation. Sometimes just having talks with artists in the studio, sitting down and just speaking, because also it's not only these small objects that are created, but also it's also capturing, it's also cover, it's also trying to address economical, social, and political issues, And also there's different ways to do that. Other people, they sing, other people, they would draw, other people, they would write books. So I think also installation becomes that package of what the artists have been doing in their studios, and now we showcasing them into the world of the public. And also we are slowly getting to understand the curation, the art around here in South Africa, because in other countries or first world war countries, they are the ones that have been, also creating these trends. So also with me, I would be checking out what's happening in the Biennale, what's happening in other spaces, what are the new ways of installation, what are the new tools that have been created for us to install. But yeah, nonetheless, I think it's also the love of art and the love of seeing artworks, and also within the openings, when you're seeing people coming there and having to be shocked or whether they smile, because not all artworks will be beautiful artworks. There will be artworks that makes people to feel uncomfortable, and also the way we install them, it needs to give you that way of when you enter a space and then you have to feel. I remember one exhibition that we did in Northwest University by Lerato Lodi Murapedi. So there was an exhibition space where we had to create in Dumba, which is called a shrine. So for me, because of being exposed to a shrine, already I had to understand, we had to create it in a manner when someone goes into that space, they feel a sense of a shrine.
Okay. What are some of, in terms of being in the industry that you are in and doing what you're doing, what has been, I think, the most rewarding? Because of, I find that within the ecosystem of the creative field, I find that, there are background people in a way that, like for instance, the installers, creators, it's people that they are there, but, in the background, but they play a big role in terms of, within the ecosystem they're needed, because things will fall apart. Some artists can't hang their words. And so So if you could tell us, like, okay, yeah, this is one question. I'll get to the other one of the benefits. If you could tell us in terms of your importance as your importance within the arts, and yeah, if you can really give us that overview, not just from the sake of what you're doing, but like maybe a third person, like educate us in terms of how important are people like you, within the ecosystem. Yes.
I think for us, why we are important is also completing the puzzle. We become people that complete the whole puzzle, from the works being created to the framers, for it to be stored, for it to be installed, for it to find a home. Because at the end, these artworks, they need to get to find their homes or find spaces or museums or galleries. So we are important in a manner where everything that we do, it has to be precise, it has to be visible to the whole industry. Looking at curators, because also curators, they have to work with installers and installers, and also with artists. They need to understand their works, because also I also give advice into how works can be hung, and how people would view works, because sometimes if there's a show or there's an opening, I would go, and also it's not me going also there for the show. I also look at how people move around the spaces, and I also look at how works have been hanged, and also taking notes. Oh, actually this can work out, and also trying to get people that are hanging shows to be recognized as artists themselves, because also handling art, it's not a child's play, and also trying to do what you can do best and outsource the rest. So if I cannot frame, I need to get someone who can frame, and then if you cannot install, you need to get someone who can install works, because also we find people trying to take shortcuts, or maybe not wanting to pay. Maybe good body of work, but you find that it's hung really bad. So that also creates like a bad impression from when the artist is curating or creating the work. So if people can be able to do what they do best and outsource the rest. If you're not a writer, get someone who can write, other than trying to say, no, I can't pay a writer, let me write. Because it will destroy the whole process from the beginning till the end. So that's why we are important, and we need more installers, we need more curators, both men and women, because also looking at installers, we don't have quite a lot of women that are working in installation. I don't know if it's a political thing or how the industry has been created, but also we need more women who can be able to install artworks. And
for someone who wants to go to, who wants to take installing art installation as a career, what would you give? How would you advise that person? Because I feel like, as they say, you can become who you want to be. And I think you're doing quite well because of looking into how you've maneuvered, over the years, because you stick to it, and you really, and you believed in it, and so now you are famous for it. So what would you really give, what type of advice would you give for someone who wants to go to that?
I think the advice that I would give, I would I would say someone needs to have passion of what they do, and also research about artists around, and be open to learning, because also I've installed quite a lot of exhibitions and also sacred and other performances, other artworks. They are really scary, if I can say, but also you also need to have that heart of giving yourself a space to learn how the artists end up doing these kind, and also being able to see the work complete, because it's a good feeling if you're installing work or curating works, and then tomorrow people are there. And also I would also like to go in the visitors book and just read comments on what people, so that makes me happy, and that gives me inspiration to do it more. And also comments which maybe would be positive and negative, because also too much positive comments, they're too good to be true. So sometimes you need to get someone who would disagree with you. So yeah, it's also passion, long hours, standing in a space, moving around, or things not working out, trying to put an artwork, or sometimes an artwork breaks, because also those are some of the challenges that you would face. But also the show must go on at some point. In everything we work with whatever that we have, and also having a passion to give yourself space to learn, because also even in my space, you know, I would install artworks around the space that I live in, whether it's posters or paper, and for me also it's giving me that drive. And looking at the time that we're living in, like lockdown has not been easy for installers or for me, because also quite a number of big shows that have been happening online. So if a show is online, so us with tools and drills, there's nothing that happens. So, and also the issue of people coming to an exhibition space and seeing the art live, because also if you seeing the artwork on the screen, you don't actually get to see the authenticity. You don't get a sense of smell of the space. You don't get a smell of the people around. So hopefully in the long run this thing maybe would end, and then we'll get more shows, because we haven't been getting shows lately. At least now there were shows that we were able to do. And also looking at institutions like the business clinic, you know, they play an important role in people who are starting up like their businesses and coaching. And also it's easier now, like you said, we're living in an information era, you know. People that have went through the journey, they need to let the other ones that are coming so that they can be cautious, you know. And looking at the issues of tax, it becomes quite a challenge for freelancers or for artists, you know. Artists get really get taxed quite a lot of money. But also for me, I had to learn with, okay, if I start a business where I become a brand myself, you don't get quite a lot of being taxed. If I install Ezubafana Zembe, there's quite a lot of tax that gets taxed. But if I install under a company, the money that I quoted, if they are paying it, I'm getting it as it is. So those are the kind of things that I would like to also coach upcoming installers or upcoming business practitioners.
Okay, no, that's great actually. Thank you for that. And then I think for my second last question, what are some of the institutions or galleries or art fairs that you want, or artists that you want to install for your dream space where, like, you know, if I could install or curate in this level, that would be it to, you know, like a tick off.
I really don't have one, but also if opportunity comes for me to, because also like I'm saying, I want to also try and stretch the industry, because I'm afraid if I can start maybe installing internationally, because I might find myself not maybe being able to also share the skill around here, hence the agency of me trying to transfer the skill as much as I can, because I'm also looking 5 years, 10 years down the line. I'll be like installing like your big like biennales, because also looking at biennales and looking at museums, because also there's a difference between like galleries and museums and festivals. So yeah, my dream would be also working with like big international museums like your MoMA, and doing like a big biennales in terms of laying out. I've done like your FNP art fairs, I've done other museums around, but also I think my breakthrough would be doing like international, because also telling the story or working with a South African artist, there's a certain understanding of where we come from as a country, but also finding myself in a new country or abroad. Also, it's also me also trying to find their history of art, trying to understand what is it that triggers them. So yeah, I think it would be that, and hopefully the artist that I want to work with in future, maybe he's still emerging or still going to be born, because, because the ones that I'm working at, they are like really like, you know, on top of their game, and yeah, I think that's my future dream or plan.
Okay, nice. I think so what are the future projects that are aligned? Because I hear you speak of skills transfer and so yeah, I think just kindly tell us in terms of 2022, how does that look like in terms of your goal and the business and you as a brand?
My goal or my vision for 2022, one would be the skills transfer, where I'll be having people who are interested in learning how to install. I'll be giving out that skill, but also trying to work on a digital training, because maybe there's someone who's in UK or Germany or somewhere in Nigeria who's interested. So I'm also would try to digitize it so that someone who's far away can be able to learn, and also trying to do shows in museums, negotiating spaces, because also the time that I've spent, I've been installing for almost like 10 years, if not more. So the contacts or the relationships that I've created with institutions, I also would like to plug in some artists to say, hey man, there's a museum here in Cloudstorm, they're interested in doing this, I'm interested in sending your portfolio or sending your work there. And my future goal as Ubafana Mazembe is for me to build a museum. So if I can build a museum where I would be having all the collection of the artists that I've worked with. So some of the artists that have installed their artworks,
Yes.
they've donated artworks, so those artworks are there. They're part of my collection. So I want to also install and curate that museum. And for people in the future who would like to know what I've been doing, who maybe try and trace my life, so I'll be doing like an exhibition or a retrospective, because also in my spare time I would do drawings and paintings, and also during the lockdown that's when I did like a lot of sculptures with found objects, because I've been working with masters, so I've been seeing quite a lot of processes and how they work. So sometimes when I'm in my studio in Soweto, I would paint, I would sketch, I would draw. So
Yeah, so I think from my side, with that thing of I'm wishing you all the best, and really may those small, tiny, microscopic goals come to life, and even the big ones. But I'm so grateful for this moment and this time, and I hope everyone has really gained a lot. Those who are watching us, it's quite refreshing, because it's people like Abafanas that are in the anchor of things, as we say, without you guys, things would actually be disastrous. Yeah, so I think for, maybe just your last words and close.
Okay. No, thank you so much, Ivy, for inviting me, and thank you to the Business Clinic and the Startup Business Festival. I'm wishing you all the best. I hope you continue to get as many entrepreneurs and people who want to start up their businesses. I think this is a good platform for us to communicate, to give advice, and to go forward. So thank you to all the sponsors and everyone behind the scenes, people who are recording, people who are making sure that this is live and people can hear us. And thank you so much.
Alright, no. So guys, thank you for watching. It has been so wonderful. I've learned a lot. I've enjoyed myself. I think it's always fun to really talk everything arts. And so till next time, enjoy.
Bye-bye.
Meet Linda, the owner of a small grocery delivery store. Her major problem is that she buys too much fresh food stock and then loses money when she can't sell it. She spends many hours doing manual admin, including taking orders and checking if her prices are competitive. With no planning, her team also spends many hours buying fresh food stock at unpredictable cost prices. She often dreams about having a larger and regional grocery store presence. She knows it will take a lot of effort and that she'll probably have to start by optimizing inventory planning and profitability. She's recently seen the FreshGram AI inventory planning software prototype and she thinks it will help her.
FreshGram is a fresh produce inventory planner that uses artificial intelligence to help traditional fresh food grocery stores, online fresh food delivery stores, as well as agro-processors or food manufacturing companies to stock the right quantity of food and minimize food waste whilst maximizing profitability. All of this is achieved by using a more data-informed approach to inventory planning. The features that FreshGram comes with gives you as a fresh produce driven company the following benefits. It allows you to place orders quickly, allowing you to save time on repetitive manual painstaking tasks in inventory planning. It allows you to minimize stock outs, causing you to then increase your sales and ensure your customers stay happy. It also allows you to reduce excess stock, which allows you then to free up working capital so that you can focus on growing your business whilst minimizing food waste. Our team is comprised of 3 co-founders, myself, Nduduzo, Thabo, as well as Selibogo. We believe that our diverse technical skills as well as business skills will bring value to those organizations that handle and trade in fresh produce. How many times have you gone into your favorite grocery store and walked into the fresh produce section only to find that some of the items that you're actually looking at purchasing are rotten? Now, how many people do you think face that every single day? And how many rotten items do you think these fresh food grocery stores end up having to throw away? This results in food waste. According to the CSIR, a key scientific government body within South Africa, the market size opportunity is based on a 2.4 million tons of edible food waste in South Africa per year. This is known to give rise to a food retail industry loss that equates to the total addressable market for this particular problem of 6.4 billion rands per annum from the total of a 63.4 billion rand retail fresh produce market size. The biggest problem here that we are dealing with when it comes to food waste is the rising costs of food waste. Fresh food drives the global grocery industry, yet technology gaps are causing billions of dollars in food waste and lost profits every year. In South Africa, the food waste problem is lower in terms of cost compared to developed economies. And we can see some of the developing economies such as India are also faced with this problem. Inventory planning as it is today is complex, and it's based on spending hours of time planning based on pricing of that inventory, and then doing order administration in terms of how you're going to actually store that inventory, and then the actual buying of the inventory and placing it on the shelves for a particular shelf life, as we're speaking about perishable goods here. What we see the future looking like for fresh produce inventory planning is a minimization of that time so that your strategic staff within the supply chain of these fresh produce delivery companies actually spend more time on strategic tasks rather than manual, repetitive, spreadsheet-driven tasks that do not actually add any value to the bottom line. We believe that inventory planning should be simple and should be data-driven, and that's why FreshGram offers you a dashboard-based artificial intelligence tool that allows you to visualize what your planning should look like so that you can meet the needs of your end customers. Our features include inventory cost price planning, which gives the benefits of saving time on pricing administration. Another top feature is inventory stock level planning, which allows you to save time looking for stock physically. You can now do this based on this dashboard. And then thirdly, it allows you to predict your inventory-based cost pricing, and it allows you to see how profitable you will be into the future, so you can plan in advance. And this also allows you not to save only time, but also to save you unnecessary costs. Our revenue model is driven through these features and is rather priced based on the value that our tool can add to your particular inventory. So our pricing is based on how much stock you have that you want to be included as part of this particular inventory planning tool. We have the basic, standard, premium, and enterprise plans based on your particular inventory stock size, as well as the number of data source integrations that you need, as well as the features that you need. Our revenue model is based on our business model canvas, which is centered around our value proposition to use an AI as well as a data-informed approach to inventory planning in order to minimize food waste and maximize profitability. This is delivered through our key features of stock level planning, cost price planning, price predictions and price optimizations, as well as demand predictions. Our customer segments of fresh food retailers, as well as food manufacturers. Our channels of focus are web application, our online content marketing, and our strategic alliance platform partners. Our customer relationships are going to be centered on automated product analytics, as well as dedicated customer support surveys. And then our revenue streams will be monthly subscription fees, as well as customized leasing or license agreements based on our revenue model slide that appeared before this. Following that, our key partners will be our cloud computing partners, accounts, software providers, API providers, as well as government. Our key activities will be marketing, platform development, research, as well as customer support. Our key resources will be our IP, intellectual property, as well as staff, and the data sets needed for this product. Our cost structure will be our staff, development and maintenance, as well as our marketing costs and data platform costs. Since July 2020, we worked closely with a small fresh produce delivery store based in Johannesburg, who was quite busy during the first set of lockdowns in South Africa, and have validated that our initial features and benefits are actually needed by those looking after inventory planning within fresh produce driven companies. Our go-to-market plan includes creating awareness to the supply chain professionals from our targeted large companies as well as enterprises through content marketing approaches, acquiring these potential customers in Johannesburg, Durban, and the rest of South Africa through social media channels, activating campaigns to lead them to new trial signups for our minimum viable product, directed to inventory managers, supply chain analysts, supply chain managers, financial directors, and fresh food retail departments, retaining at least 10% of these potential customers through this process, and then creating more value-added features in light of their feedback, and creating then a strong early adopter community within these initial stages of our go-to-market plan. Thank you.